Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like for more. It's Happy 14 says, found his user. It's Happy 14 says, Primalcow 76 for 1. Welcome back, Stacy Powell Peralta. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Zero Gaming says, tie. Welcome back, Airbus A380. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, here's a secret, Udden, Hugo, and another person gave me iron for free. It's Happy 14 says, that's how I got full beacon. It's Happy 14 says. It's Happy 14 says, no hard work. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, little hard work. It's Happy 14 says, Udden kept on making me follow him everywhere for iron. It's Happy 14 says, but It's Happy 14 says, hi. It's Happy 14 says, dim grass block. Trivia question, how do you make a nether portal? It's Happy 14 says, is this steamer? It's Happy 14 says, tie. It's Happy 14 says, I play both. It's Happy 14 says, no. It's Happy 14 says, some people call it emo. It's Happy 14 says, it. It's Happy 14 says, look for it yourself. It's Happy 14 says, my user is WFFLLS. It's Happy 14 says, MMH alright. It's Happy 14 says, I play Bloxburg rarely. It's Happy 14 says, once a month. It's Happy 14 says, I mostly play Evade and Doodle World. It's Happy 14 says, tie. It's Happy 14 says, cool. Welcome to Downgrade, like and subscribe. It's Happy 14 says, hello. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? It's Happy 14 says, no I'm not, I am real. It's Happy 14 says, as real as you HH. It's Happy 14 says, this golem. It's Happy 14 says, BTW tie for the diamond. It's Happy 14 says, I can't unmute myself. It's Happy 14 says, feel free to friend me in Discord to hear it Dol Mao. Oliver says, hello Downgrade. Hoobs Live says, but, this is my real voice, guys. Stacy Powell Peralta says, hi Hoobs. Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. It's Happy 14 says, Google what Hoob means. It's Happy 14 says, I'm a mixed breed. It's Happy 14 says, I'm a Miku. Stacy Powell Peralta says, hi, it's Happy. It's Happy 14 says, hello Stacy. Zero Gaming says, HMM seems like everyone hates me sad face. It's Happy 14 says, HOOBS is a plug-and-play solution that connects over 5,000 smart home accessories to HomeKit and offers easy setup, secure encryption, and a large community. It's Happy 14 says, there we go. Stacy Powell Peralta says, GOLEMSSSSS. It's Happy 14 says, that's a Hoob. Zero Gaming says, why? It's Happy 14 says, DW I don't hate you. Zero Gaming says, because they always kill me and troll me. It's Happy 14 says, if it's about Brandon, don't worry about that. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon and Brad. It's Happy 14 says, I bet. It's Happy 14 says, they too are part of a clan called Hoob Headhunters. Stacy Powell Peralta says, who's a Filipino here I am one. Zero Gaming says, trivia question, what item is needed to create a potion of strength? It's Happy 14 says, dim you first. Blackspot alert, make sure everyone likes the new stream. It's Happy 14 says, oh Mao yeah? It's Happy 14 says, you described him in perfect words. It's Happy 14 says, Andy. It's Happy 14 says, Andy Floss. It's Happy 14 says, that blue dude. It's Happy 14 says, blue pig. Welcome back Flame Hype Hypes. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, who keeps on pinging me? It's Happy 14 says, hello Flame. Stacy Powell Peralta says, hi. It's Happy 14 says, you only get a vid if you either kill someone or kill, well, yourself. It's Happy 14 says, I'ma show you. It's Happy 14 says, or at least try. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? Welcome back, Phone Top. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question: which mob drops ender pearls when defeated? Welcome back, Bradix. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, tie. It's Happy 14 says, who is Brad? It's Happy 14 says, oh, that Brad. It's Happy 14 says, holy cow, it's a cow. It's Happy 14 says, moving on. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, should I send in Discord? Braddock says, I see them. Zero Gaming says, Stacy Powell Peralta. It's Happy 14 says, Barbie. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, Burr. Braddock says, lol. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? Stacy Powell Peralta says, guys, there's a couch, and say Hooba with an exclamation mark. Stacy Powell Peralta says, yes. Welcome back, Subi. Hello. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says, WB. Stacy Powell Peralta says, Brr. It's Happy 14 says, Ty Brab. Stacy Powell Peralta says, War R. It's Happy 14 says, Brad. Flame High Pipe says, stop posting about Baller. Stacy Powell Peralta says, ooh you. It's Happy 14 says, I'm tryna kill myself for the past 20 minutes. It's Happy 14 says, the Baller meme is everywhere in Roblox. It's Happy 14 says, don't grab me here. It's Happy 14 says, yes? Welcome F, like and subscribe. It's Happy 14 says, hi. It's Happy 14 says, ah. Welcome back, unknown user. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, RIP. It's Happy 14 says, what was that? Trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? Braddock says, ha. It's Happy 14 says, good job, you died. Zero Gaming says, Shad. Braddock says, who? Braddock says, how? It's Happy 14 says, you. It's Happy 14 says, I'm at Spawnlel. Braddock says, I disconnected brew.
Wow.
Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. Braddock says, why did everyone rush to spawn when I die XD? Zero Gaming says, stop. Braddock says, I did on DC. It's Happy 14 says, everyone. Braddock says, PH came to LOL. It's Happy 14 says, only I came to spawn. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Braddock says, time. It's Happy 14 says, nah. It's Happy 14 says, not for loot lol. It's Happy 14 says, new. It's Happy 14 says, I lost an air. It's Happy 14 says, so sad. Zero Gaming says, oh. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, Brad, why is your permie war? It's Happy 14 says, also FYI. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon is 12. Braddock says, yay lol. It's Happy 14 says, how's he allowed in Discord? Braddock says, I had one at my old house, moving again in November, so I can get my old desk and chair back. Trivia question, what block is used to brew underwater potions? It's Happy 14 says, who the heck is Brandon's kid? It's Happy 14 says, and who's the mom? Braddock says, Idic. It's Happy 14 says, or maybe Daff. It's Happy 14 says, Dad asterisk. Braddock says, I lost 42 chests long days. It's Happy 14 says, C. It's Happy 14 says, X asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, it quite but Brandon was simping for 2 days back. Braddock says, lol. Welcome back Abinator. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, seems like Jedi is D3TH. Braddock says, I have my Bedrock alt Sue. Zero Gaming says, oh have no food. Braddock says, yay. Zero Gaming says, oh. Braddock says, yay, P. It's Happy 14 says, ooh. Stacy Powell per Alta says, only at me desk Hoobs. Braddock says, sometimes I put the live stream on the big TV above, then play here long. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? It's Happy 14 says, I have to home, so sadly no gaming table. It's Happy 14 says, yet, greater than. Braddock says, Monopoly is amazing long. Braddock says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, wow, I just played Monopoly yesterday Earl. It's Happy 14 says, with 6 friends. It's Happy 14 says, for game night. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, I ended up winning with 9 plots greater than. Blackspot alert, support us, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Abinator 05 says, hello. Braddock says, oh yay I am. It's Happy 14 says, whose grave is dis? Braddock says, found the leg. Braddock says, Steam was open. It's Happy 14 says, how did you get Steamer open? It's Happy 14 says, Steam asterisk. Braddock says, Omal. Braddock says, game updates. It's Happy 14 says, oh god, I just imagined Earl Steamer in a surgery. It's Happy 14 says, horrifying. It's Happy 14 says, is it me or Brandon shows his face freely like it's nothing? Trivia question. How do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, WB. Braddock says, just you. Braddock says, 'cause he likes you. It's Happy 14 says, war. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, also the only time I showed my face was with an equity filter from Snapchat. Zero Gaming says, RIP. It's Happy 14 says, good job you died to times. Welcome Arcana Cookies 49, like and subscribe. Welcome Mer Blubber Nugget, like and subscribe. It's Happy 14 says, WBWBWB. Braddock says, bruh. Braddock says, scam. Welcome Vishveshes, like and subscribe. Zero Gaming says, RIP. It's Happy 14 says, everyone knows what Brandon looks like Earl. It's Happy 14 says, ... right? Braddock says, no. It's Happy 14 says, right? Braddock says, I don't, and I am one of his closest friends. It's Happy 14 says, I do. Braddock says, Yaku's he likes you. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, wait serious. It's Happy 14 says, or joke. It's Happy 14 says, please tell me you joking. Braddock says, P. It's Happy 14 says, P moment indeed. It's Happy 14 says, oh yeah? Terra S12 says, weight glass protection is 3 or 4. It's Happy 14 says, today at school my friend was flexing that he has 40 Robux. It's Happy 14 says, I humbled him by showing mine with his 840. Welcome Supriya Sala, like and subscribe. It's Happy 14 says, or more. Zero Gaming says. It's Happy 14 says, moving on. It's Happy 14 says, if he actually likes me just tell him I have a BF. It's Happy 14 says, or at least, almost. Braddock says, okay? It's Happy 14 says, nice. Braddock says, welcome Alka Yada, like and subscribe. Black Spot Alert, welcome new viewers. Trivia question, what does a hopper do primarily? It's Happy 14 says, did he actually say he likes me though? It's Happy 14 says, tell me. It's Happy 14 says, tell me. Braddock says, that's for you to find out law. It's Happy 14 says, suspense. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Says, if he actually simps for me, he simps for a 13-year-old with a kitten filter. It's Happy 14 says. It's Happy 14 says, nice you killed the Hooba. It's Happy 14 says, WAIT. Braddock says, has 12 turning 13. It's Happy 14 says, when? Braddock says, I did. Black Spot Alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. Braddock says, is it? Braddock says, oop. It's Happy 14 says, okay, sorry. Braddock says, the more you know. Braddock says, yes. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, just per W if we're gonna talk about it. Braddock says, okay. It's Happy 14 says, yes, I'm a 38-year-old woman with a husband and 5 kids. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, 5 kids being my cat and dog and 2 turtles. Braddock says, yay. Braddock says, oak. It's Happy 14 says, yeah, the bar looks ugly. It's Happy 14 says, for me at least. Braddock says, Hoobs wanna see the Hoobas mom I made. Trivia question. What's the max build height? It's Happy 14 says, guys, I know how to summon an entity if you get up at 3 am and scream, Fortnite Forever 99 times while drinking cocaine, then you start break dancing, then an entity called your mom will summon and beat the living hell out of you. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, how? It's Happy 14 says, NVM. It's Happy 14 says, time to copy and paste this everywhere. Zero Gaming says, bruh. Black spot alert. Restarting now. Zero Gaming says, restarting. Black spot alert. Proxy doesn't want to come back online. Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? Black spot alert. Subscribe and like for more.
Wow.
Welcome back, Samuel Worthen. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says, you. Steamer 2007 says, okie dokie. Steamer 2007 says, lag. Steamer 2007 says, lag. Braddock says, WB. Steamer 2007 says, lag. Welcome back, Polly 13. Glad you could join us again. Steamer 2007 says, lag. Braddock says, just use Steam. Braddock says. Braddock says, oh yay big lag. Braddock says, NVM. Braddock says, aw. Braddock says, save USS. Steamer 2007 says, help. Zero Gaming says, lag. It's Happy 14 says, im lagging. Steamer 2007 says, save US. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? It's Happy 14 says, let's go im not lagging. Zero Gaming says, HMM chest won't open. Steamer 2007 says, mine will lol. It's Happy 14 says, NVM I can't sprint. It's Happy 14 says, greater than sad face. Steamer 2007 says, Hoobs. Steamer 2007 says, save US. Braddock says, lol. Terra S12 says, im not. It's Happy 14 says, Hoobs, can you reboot the server? It's Happy 14 says, or do one of your tetchy magic tricks. Steamer 2007 says, he did that a few minutes ago. It's Happy 14 says, Ben. Braddock says, I am fine now I think. It's Happy 14 says, do IT again. Steamer 2007 says, anyone wanna help me with Huba's mom? Braddock says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, I'm scared. Braddock says, I am there trying to find the entrance log. Welcome Poison, like and subscribe. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a powered rail? Black spot alert. Everything is fine, and we are coming back online.
Wow.
Braddock says, spooky. Zero Gaming says, why? Steamer 2007 says, Ema help you. Braddock says, scary skeletons. Black spot alert. Be part of our family. Subscribe and like. Steamer 2007 says, it's under spawn. Steamer 2007 says, HMM. Steamer 2007 says, you will need that. Steamer 2007 says, bruh. Braddock says, Okie law. Steamer 2007 says, Thai poly hash. Steamer 2007 says, 3. Steamer 2007 says, inf. Braddock says, swag. Steamer 2007 says, law. Welcome Mazara Boss. Like and subscribe. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? Steamer 2007 says, WB. Steamer 2007 says, bruh. Steamer 2007 says, XD. Steamer 2007 says, GG. Steamer 2007 says, did you jump down? Braddock says, how we open doors. Braddock says, yes. Steamer 2007 says, yee, but we don't have trust. Steamer 2007 says, so how to enter? Braddock says, is the doors locked because of Hooba's mom already being spawned? Braddock says, lol. Braddock says, yay, we can't press the buttons. Steamer 2007 says, well. Steamer 2007 says, XD. Steamer 2007 says, help, my classmates are fighting. Steamer 2007 says, XD. Braddock says, lol. Steamer 2007 says, Wyatt. Steamer 2007 says, no exit. Steamer 2007 says, oh my god. Steamer 2007 says, yee there, but. Braddock says, the lava is the exit lock. Steamer 2007 says, if we're in. Steamer 2007 says, door will lock. Braddock says, lol. Trivia question. What type of potion does a blaze drop when defeated? Steamer 2007 says, nah. Steamer 2007 says, we IG. Braddock says, well, goodbye Steamer lol. Steamer 2007 says, we. Welcome back Natasha Rayleigh. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says, got my PvP pots on me to perfect lol. Steamer 2007 says, well. Steamer 2007 says, yo. Steamer 2007 says, XD. Steamer 2007 says, potato. Steamer 2007 says, ooh. Steamer 2007 says, I forgot the Gragon heads. Real Bacon Eater says, rye press. Real Bacon Eater says, try. Steamer 2007 says, ye. Steamer 2007 says, Flexbot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Braddock says, bam. Zero Gaming says, Braddock says, lol. Zero Gaming says, fuck. Steamer 2007 says, GG. Braddock says, bam. Steamer 2007 says, share loot. Steamer 2007 says, come. Braddock says, where's the loot? Steamer 2007 says, here. Steamer 2007 says, 8 netherite. Welcome back Random Rockety. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says, I to hit is. Braddock says, it asterisk. Braddock says, oh I fell. Steamer 2007 says, share. Steamer 2007 says, keep that. It's Happy14 says, finally a decent amount of people online. Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? Steamer to 1007 says, look. Braddock says, found exit. Steamer to 1007 says, help. Braddock says, that was easier than I thought low. Braddock says, L. Braddock says, lol steamer in the pit.
Wow.
Steamer to 1007 says, exit found. It's Happy14 says, PFF. Braddock says, lol. Steamer to 1007 says, I hate blazes. Braddock says, oh. It's Happy14 says, I love blazes. It's Happy14 says, when they die. Steamer to 1007 says, well, -1 totem. Braddock says, same. Braddock says, WB. Jedi Sith 121 says, WB. Braddock says, might do a few more raids. Random Rocket YT says, tie. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Steamer 2007 says, the end of the adventure lol. It's Happy 14 says, ebb. Braddock says, S. It's Happy 14 says, trivia the end. Steamer 2007 says, GG. Braddock says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, I think. It's Happy 14 says, somehow, I'm not lagging. Welcome back KHLID. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, I have Roblox and Steam open. Braddock says, WB. Jedi Sith 121 says, WB. Steamer 2007 says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, WB Hoobs. Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like for more. Braddock says, was we the first Hooba's mom killers? Steamer 2007 says, ye. Braddock says, ooh another let's go Steam. Steamer 2007 says, go go go. Steamer 2007 says, fire race. It's Happy 14 says, join. It's Happy 14 says, simple. Blackspot alert, free mom to go kill. It's Happy 14 says, whose mom is it? Steamer 2007 says, down there. Braddock says, yes. Steamer 2007 says, K coming. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Braddock says S. Steamer 2007 says FF. Steamer 2007 says GG. Braddock says XD. Zero Gaming says Buffett Hoobs. It's Happy 14 says WHA. Braddock says that was almost a tap on it. Steamer 2007 says netherite on netherite. Steamer 2007 says smithing. Steamer 2007 says long. Zero Gaming says NC. Steamer 2007 says WB. Jedi Sith 121 says WB. Steamer 2007 says WB. Jedi Sith 121 says WB. Braddock says Steam get ready long. Braddock says might be another. Steamer 2007 says IGTGQ school lesson sorry Brad. Braddock says okay. Steamer 2007 says hi. Abinator 05 says tie. Steamer 2007 says you'll need that. Abinator 05 says long. Real Bacon Eater says, Brad stay here. Braddock says, okay. Real Bacon Eater says, I'll spawn a fake one. Steamer 2007 says, now I have an expensive chest plate. Steamer 2007 says, silenced armor trim with netherite. Real Bacon Eater says, here kill this one. Trivia question. What do you need for a snow glow? Steamer 2007 says, look. Zero Gaming says, how? Braddock says, lol. Flexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Braddock says, hope my armor doesn't break lol. Braddock says, it's about halfway should be fine. Peace. Trivia question. How do you obtain name tags in the game? Braddock says yes. Braddock says GN Polyi. Braddock says ow. Braddock says, okay, thank God it didn't show up here, but still. Braddock says, I had the wrong thing copied and pasted. Zero Gaming says tie. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? Braddock says swag. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Braddock says dead. Braddock says to balls to sword hits. Braddock says Ty Polly. Braddock says goal. Braddock says, I'll have maxed gear, that's nothing. Braddock says, and golden apples on me. Braddock says, Ty Polly. Braddock says, try me. Braddock says, dead. Question: how do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? Braddock says, other places. Braddock says, back to full. Braddock says, Tissum Polly. Braddock says, type 3. Braddock says, so many places XD. Braddock says, I turned off nausea lol. Braddock says, it's a part of Optifine. It's a slider. I put that to 0 and nausea is just a green effect around my screen. Braddock says, sure. Zero Gaming says, BRB my phone is 8%. Braddock says, what's her MCA? Braddock says, yay. Braddock says, you can still join this server button. Trivia question. How many eyes for the end portal? Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Real Bacon Eater says, did you kill her? Braddock says, no. Braddock says, it didn't spawn. Real Bacon Eater says, oh. Braddock says, I flew around the place, nothing was there. Braddock says, 3 balls, 1 sword hit. Real Bacon Eater says, something must be wrong with something. Braddock says, Hoobs, can I get some totems and XP to repair Law? Real Bacon Eater says, Real Bacon Eater says, yes. Braddock says, Ty, sir. Trivia question. What block is used to create an end portal frame? Real Bacon Eater says, good. Braddock says, Tism. Braddock says, yay. Real Bacon Eater says, okay, 1 sec. Real Bacon Eater says, we might have to restart. Braddock says, oh. Braddock says, Hooba's mother-in-law mouth. Real Bacon Eater says, yep, restarting guys. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? Real Bacon Eater says she didn't spawn. Braddock says no. Black Spot Alert. Aim for greatness. Subscribe and like. Braddock says 3 balls. Real Bacon Eater says, wow. Real Bacon Eater says, imperplexed. Welcome back, Galiaya. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says 1. Braddock says lol. Real Bacon Eater says that's a normal one. Braddock says oh lol. Trivia question. What's required to create a redstone torch? Braddock says, these blazes. Braddock says, making me lag lol. Real Bacon Eater says, wow. Braddock says, to balls one sword hit. Real Bacon Eater says, makes no sense. Braddock says, Okie. Braddock says, all or P. Braddock says, ah. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Braddock says, oh. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like for more. Braddock says, lol. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Braddock says burp. Trivia question. How do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? Blackspot Alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? Braddock says, agreed. Braddock says, XD. Trivia question. What is the primary use of a grindstone in the game? Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like for more. Trivia question. How many bookshelves from Max Enchantment? Real Bacon Eater says, oh good Hooba's down here. Bacon Eater says, so weird. Real Bacon Eater says, she's got a max health of 3k no matter what. Real Bacon Eater says, but even that doesn't make sense that one fireball is killing her. Braddock says, long. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Braddock says 3. Spot alert. Be part of our family. Subscribe and like. Braddock says 2. Braddock says, for balls, 1 sword hit. Trivia question. What's the main use of a converter?
Wow.
Braddock says, BRB gotta do housework. Welcome back, Teresa. Why? Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a redstone lamp? Real Bacon Eater says, hey now. Real Bacon Eater says, hey now. Blexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Trivia question. Best tool for fast or mining? Trivia question. What block is needed to craft a bookshelf? Black Spot Alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What block is used to create an end portal frame? Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? Trivia question. What's required to make a potion of night vision? Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Welcome back, Jackery. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back, Amira Almuania. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Welcome back, Pio. Glad you could join us again. Jackery says, yes. Jackery says, it is. Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Jackery says, yay 3 dragon heads, but in a specific combo for the chest. Jackery says, in hashtag alerts. Jackery says, WB. Braddock says, tie. Trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? Welcome back #Ditto Brandon for Model Brandon. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says, yes. Braddock says, oops caps. Braddock says, es. Braddock's YT says, I am stuck. Braddock's YT says, Jackery, I need our help lol, can you quickly TP my main to spawn? When I log back in I am trapped in the door. Braddock says tie. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Jackery says you. Braddock says, I am trying to do it RN, but I got stuck in the door XD. Flexbot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Braddock's YT says, yay no. Braddock's YT says, there's way too many vexes and stuff from when Hoobs was testing. Braddock's YT says, WB. Braddock says, tie. Braddock says, Hooba killed MXD. Trivia question. What block is needed to craft a bookshelf? Dita Brandon says, I have no food BTW. Dita Brandon says, want my bow. Dita Brandon says, it is maxed. Braddock says, yay? Dita Brandon says, open the door with your ulti. Braddock says, I can't. Braddock says, Ditto did come in, he had the battle. Braddock says, lol. Dita Brandon says, I have diamond armor. Dita Brandon says, with no food and 3 totems to my bane. Dita Brandon says, name asterisk. Braddock says, bruh. Dita Brandon says, yek. Jackery says, yay I did. Dita Brandon says, Brada, will you open this door for me? Jackery says, I spent so long entering other combos. Dita Brandon says, I mean Brad. Braddock's YT says, great, now I am stuck in the chamber, cause of Ditto, nice one. Jackery says, you said you might shown it on stream, so I went back and looked. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? Blackspot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Jackery says, WB Hoobs. Trivia question. Which biome has colorful clay? Jackery says, okay? Welcome back, Golden Freddy. Glad you could join us again. Bradix YT says, Jackery, can you help save me out of Hooba's mom? Jackery says, 1 sec. Bradix YT says, my main is stuck there, I just need someone to help me open the door. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? Bradix YT says, ooh. Blexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Bradix YT says, Food Pulse. Bradix YT says, 2 hearts lol. Bradix says, tie. Jackery says, you. Welcome back, Rosa Sarasi. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says, I got no bow. Braddock says, are you gonna do it? Game with Steamer 2.0 says, Steamy is back. Jackery says, no, just came for opening door. Braddock says, oh lol. Braddock says, I am fine then time. Jackery says, oh. Braddock says, Tito locked me in there. Braddock says, Tissum. Trivia question. How many eyes for the end portal? Braddock says clan. Braddock says clan kick. Did a Brandon. Braddock says, the door locked when I went in. I thought you was right behind me doing it with me. Braddock says, I was gonna give you food. I turned back around to see the door locked with you safe. Braddock says, there was like 10 times less vexes, as last time I had fire rays that I could have gave to you for blazes, and you had the bow to kill it. Trivia question. What is the primary use of a grindstone in the game? Black Spot Alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Braddock says, you gave me 5, so almost a full row. That seems like 7 or 6, so yay. Dida Brandon says, like 3 I had. Dida Brandon says, let's do this. I kill mom, and you get the netherite. Dida Brandon says, I think that changed it. Braddock says, no, my helm is almost gone. Dida Brandon says, it's not a blocks anymore. Dida Brandon says, I will do it solo. Dida Brandon says, how do you get out? Braddock says, Jackery. Jackery says, swim up through lava. Jackery says, suck. Braddock says, do you got any like EXP bottles? Braddock says, for sale. Jackery says, I don't. Braddock says, oak. Dida Brandon says, my raid farm is good for XP. Did a Brandon says, gets you lots. Trivia question. What's the main use of a blast furnace in Minecraft? Braddock says, M. Did a Brandon says, best part fully avkable. Did a Brandon says, so no moving around. Did a Brandon says, hey? Did a Brandon says, you're going to keep me, I suppose. Did a Brandon says, Brad, I have done the most for you. Did a Brandon says, want your heads back. Braddock says, what heads? Did a Brandon says, I still have my heads. Did a Brandon says, I was never able to use them. Trivia question. What is the main use of a cartography table? Black Spot Alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What is the primary use of a grindstone in the game? Welcome back M and L Game Room. Glad you could join us again. Jackery says, tie. Trivia question. What is the main use of a cartography table? Blexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like.
Wow.
M&L Game Room says, "What are you doing?" Trivia question. What mob drops gas tears? Jackery says, tie.
Wow.
Welcome Kana Party. Like and subscribe. Jackery says, hi Kana Party.
Wow.
Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Carl for 1121 says, wow. Welcome a gaming to 100, like and subscribe. Carl for 1121 says, I am Kona Party Law. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, Diamond.
Wow.
Carl for 1121 says, hello. Carl for 1121 says, how big is this map law? Carl for 1121 says, a castle. Carl for 1121 says, wow. Jackery says, 30 mil by 30 mil. M and L Game Room says, type, say then the message. Carl for 1121 says, I almost died. Carl for 1121 says, wait, am I stuck? Jackery says, type E trapped.
Wow.
Carl for 1121 says, oh yes, I am untrapped. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Carl for 1121 says, are all animals claimed? Jackery says, WB Hugo. Jackery says, no, you just need to travel farther. Carl for 1121 says, this map is massive. Jackery says, sure is. Carl for 1121 says, wait, you spawned that sheep that just spawned in me. Carl for 1121 says, oh no, I have nausea. Carl for 1121 says, I hear villagers. Carl for 1121 says, wait, I finally found an unclaimed chicken. Carl for 1121 says, please don't poison me, chicken. Carl for 1121 says, oh god, I got poisoned. Carl for 1121 says, ye unclaimed land. Carl for 1121 says, wait, is that entire house unclaimed? Jackery says, yep. Carl for 1121 says, haha, who forgot to claim that I am totally not gonna just steal. Trivia question. How do you tame a wolf? Carl for 1121 says, oh no. Jackery says, X. Carl for 1121 says, I died of a polar bear. Carl for 1121 says, wait, I can steal those beetroots. Blackspot alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. Carl for 1121 says, ooh. Carl for 1121 says, Iron Golem. Carl for 1121 says, wait oh law. Jackery says, WBPIO. Carl for 1121 says, that is why it says free food. Carl for 1121 says, that makes sense. M and L Game Room says, I spawned him. Carl for 1121 says, what DA? M and L Game Room says, he costed 10k. Carl for 1121 says, the pig just fell out of a pig statue. Jackery says, WB. Jackery says, you okay Pio? Carl for 1121 says, wait a minute. Carl for 1121 says, Iron Golem. Carl for 1121 says, can I get iron from it lol? Carl for 1121 says, okay, I won't try that again lol. Welcome back Benacola 2018. Glad you could join us again. Jackery says, this isn't new. Carl for 1121 says, can you TPA in this server? Jackery says, nope. Carl for 1121 says, oh okay lol. Carl for 1121 says, what is TPS? Jackery says, ticks per second. Carl for 1121 says, oh ops. Trivia question. What block is needed to craft a bookshelf? Carl for 1121 says, yes, I thought it meant like teleport and something that starts with S, but I forgot about that. Carl for 1121 says, oak wood. Carl for 1121 says, what's someone mine all the way to Bedrock over here? Jackery says, WB. The Nicola 2018 says, Fks. Carl for 1121 says, why is it laggy over here? Carl for 1121 says, sniffer. The Nicola 2018 says, does Hooba's mom still spawn the same way? Carl for 1121 says, what is the Hooba's mom boss bar? Jackery says, it's explained in community post and hashtag alerts in Discord. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. Dida Brandon says, it is spawner. Dida Brandon says, it is still spawn. The Nicola 2018 says, ig. Carl for 1121 says, lol, it's funny how someone wrote the IP of the server on a sign when you already joined the server. Anyway. The Nicola 2018 says, how do I go to Hooba's mom? Trivia question. What item is needed to create a powered rail? Ditto Brandon says, come Nick. Ditto Brandon says, you got food. Ditto Brandon says, I need some. Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. Carl for 1121 says, OOPS. Ditto Brandon says, click your button. Jackery says, sure. The Nicola 2018 says, why is door locked? Ditto Brandon says, at same tone. Ditto Brandon says, time asterisk. Carl for 1121 says, lol, I don't have permission to throw eggs. Carl for 1121 says, oh, it disappeared. Jackery says, I did. Ditto Brandon says, my armor. Ditto Brandon says, Nick help. Carl for 1121 says, COW. Ditto Brandon says, yet I need XBPLZ. Ditto Brandon says, look. Carl for 1121 says, where's the guy on the live stream right now, lol? Carl for 1121 says, why is he so lagged? Is that the nether? Hugo Man 1314 says, WB. Ditto Brandon says, spam it. Carl for 1121 says, oh my. Carl for 1121 says, creeper. Ditto Brandon says, my helmet almost broke. Hugo Man 1314 says, amen. Carl for 1121 says, did I just get creeper amen? Buddha Brandon says, let me out. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? The Nicola 2018 says, someone arrows from a PLS. Carl for 1121 says, diamond. Welcome back Hugo, a Hugo CH. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back Bankroll. Glad you could join us again. Carl for 1121 says, this server is actually fun lol. The Nicola 2018 says, I need to survive myself before saving you. Carl for 1121 says, I just randomly saw this live stream and clicked on it. Hugo Man 1314 says, finally back to 300 levels. Jackery says, that's great to hear Carl. Carl from 1121 says, wait, is that guest on live stream? RN Hula's mom. Carl for 1121 says, or does that guy just suck at killing a gas? Carl for 1121 says, okay Nishi law. Welcome back Queen_Tay to 100 Gaming. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back FNO.T17. Glad you could join us again. The Nicola 2018 says, I suck at those who can't be killed with fireballs. Welcome back Tifa. Glad you could join us again. Carl for 1121 says, I found an unclaimed house with 0 damage. The Nicola 2018 says, give me arrows guys. Carl for 1121 says, totally not stealing this hahi. Welcome back Life with Rhea. Glad you could join us again. Hugo Man 1314 says, arrow not in shop. Welcome back, T. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. The Nicola 2018 says, "No, only I dare." The Nicola 2018 says, "Bank, give me arrows." Jackery says, "WBPIO." Carl for 1121 says, "Sad you can." Carl for 1121 says, "Sad you can't watch YouTube on mini screen while playing Minecraft on full screen." Hugo Man 1314 says, "Is new Hooba Mom really hard?" Pio says, "I'm lagging." The Nicola 2018 says, "No, but more annoying." Hugo Man 1314 says, "Oh, okay." The Nicola 2018 says, "Can someone give from YT arrows?" Carl for 1121 says, "What did I just see?" Carl for 1121 says, "I swear I saw a phantom." Carl for 1121 says, "It just disappeared." Carl for 1121 says, "Am I seeing ghosts?" Jackery says, "Cool." The Nicola 2018 says, "No, I do not." Jackery says, "I have arrows." Carl for 1121 says, "I want to break this bamboo so bad." The Nicola 2018 says, "Someone use the arrows command on it." Carl for 1121 says, "I am doing it." Trivia question. How many bookshelves from Max Enchantment? The Nicola 2018 says, new leg. The Nicola 2018 says, id. Carl for 1121 says, bread finally. The Nicola 2018 says, no. For 1121 says, finally got a pickaxe. Carl for 1121 says, only need one wooden pickaxe. I get stone and make stone tools use. Carl for 1121 says, Nick, do you eat rice? The Nicola 2018 says, ye with chicken. Banker Zero says, swim up lava. Banker Zero says, I have arrows. Carl for 1121 says, chicken and rice. Carl for 1121 says, I live chicken and rice. Carl for 1121 says, Finally, I found a acacia biome wow that took way too long. Carl for 1121 says, it's turning night. I need to make a base to survive the employees. Trivia question. What type of food item does a cow drop when defeated? Carl for 1121 says, mobs asterisk. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. The Nicola 2018 says, quick give me XP. The Nicola 2018 says, my elytra. The Nicola 2018 says, is almost broken. Carl for 1121 says, village. Carl for 1121 says, I found a village, let's go. The Nicola 2018 says, spam it. Carl for 1121 says, whose village is looted already sad law. The Nicola 2018 says, it does not repair. The Nicola 2018 says, oh no. The Nicola 2018 says, wait it does. Carl for 1121 says, oh my what is this free XP in the chat, it's spamming lol. The Nicola 2018 says, for my elytra. Carl for 1121 says, I have wandered around like 10,000 blocks, but I am still seeing humanity law. Dita Brandon says, they're gone. The Nicola 2018 says, Hoobs this better drop something good, because it is harder than Hooba's dad. Dita Brandon says, you didn't listen to my instructions. The Nicola 2018 says, arrows. Dita Brandon says, they're gone. The Nicola 2018 says, okay. Dita Brandon says, they were on the ground. Carl for 1121 says, lol my friend is waiting for me to join a game in Roblox, but I am distracted by this epic server. for 1121 says, yes while playing Minecraft. Trivia question. What mob drops gas tears? Carl for 1121 says, walking the stream while playing the server. Carl for 1121 says, wait, did this server never get updated? Carl for 1121 says, I see old codes. Carl for 1121 says, wow. Carl for 1121 says, so when you walk further away, it gets newer or older versions. Banker Zero says, lol. Braddock says, newer. Carl for 1121 says, okay, nice lol. Carl for 1121 says, lava. Carl for 1121 says, what happens when you vote? Carl for 1121 says, wait, what? Braddock says, lol. Carl for 1121 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, I got teleported back to the lobby. Braddock says, the Easter Bunny got you. Carl for 1121 says, no way, I just walked 10,000 studs to get back to the lobby. Carl for 1121 says, what just happened? Braddock says, you died. Carl for 1121 says, I died? Braddock says, by the Easter Bunny. Braddock says, yes. Carl for 1121 says, Easter Bunny. Carl for 1121 says, what is that? Carl for 1121 says, wait, what is that asterisk? The Nicola 2018 says, S. Hugo Man 1314 says, congrats. Carl for 1121 says, lol, did I just died by a rare entity I did not even manage to see. The Nicola 2018 says, Brad, do you want the egg? Braddock says, it was a thing in Easter like 20 to 1 I think. Braddock says, or was it 2022? Braddock says, I forger. Trivia question. What type of potion does a blaze drop when defeated? Braddock says, RIP. Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. The Nicola 2018 says, Hoobs, am disappointed it drops too little of netherite for all my pain. The Nicola 2018 says, I wasted 2 stacks of fireworks. The Nicola 2018 says, to whole stacks. The Nicola 2018 says, and all my food. Carl for 1121 says, what is this? The Nicola 2018 says, BTW Hoobs, how do you exit? Because I just did it from the entrance. Carl for 1121 says, what the? Carl for 1121 says, ducks. Carl for 1121 says, lots of ducks in the water here. Braddock says, waiting for rather that door to close or for you to log on. The Nicola 2018 says, oh, I know where you are. The Nicola 2018 says, Brad_X, what happened? The Nicola 2018 says, I just heard Ditto is kicked, but he said for some crystals only. Braddock says, no. The Nicola 2018 says, what he did. The Nicola 2018 says, Braddock says, he got kicked because he locked me in the Hoobs mom arena. The Nicola 2018 says, dim locked you can. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god frog. The Nicola 2018 says, can't get out after you enter. The Nicola 2018 says, until you beat it. Braddock says, I thought we was going together, but he backed out when the door closed to get in. Carl for 1121 says, Among Us. Braddock says, I had no bows or rockets, so I couldn't. Braddock says, I was locked in law. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. Braddock says, WB. Hugo Man 1314 says, WB Steamy. Steamer 2007 says, Bellow. The Nicola 2018 says, BTW, has someone beaten the new Hoobs mom before me? Braddock says, the excuse has changed, I see. Braddock says, yes me. Braddock says, twice. Braddock says, me and Steamer. The Nicola 2018 says, GG only our team. Braddock says, yay long. The Nicola 2018 says, HHH on top. Braddock says, on. Steamer 2007 says, Agaga. Braddock says, lol. Trivia question. What's required to make a potion of night vision? Braddock says, so you locked me in the room. Braddock says, makes sense. Braddock says, you could have told me before we opened it. The Nicola 2018 says, why did you not tell him before you opened it, Ditto? Steamer 2007 says, I told Brad lol. Steamer 2007 says, wick I had lesson. Steamer 2007 says, XD. Carl for 1121 says, I swear if I die here, I am gonna eat a blaze rod. Braddock says, I had no lol thought, I had rockets though, but I wouldn't have mattered anyway since it took 2 stacks to kill it. The Nicola 2018 says, Brad _ let's for now not kill him, removing him from the allies list is enough. Steamer 2007 says, who's coming then? The Nicola 2018 says, also I too did not have arrows. Carl for 1121 says, I am on one hearth. Carl for 1121 says, JABFKAJDGBN. Braddock says, lol. Steamer 2007 says, Steamer 2007 says, anyone coming? The Nicola 2018 says, Steamer 2007 where? Braddock says, I am down here already. Braddock says, lol. Steamer 2007 says, Hooba's mom. Steamer 2007 says, oh lol. The Nicola 2018 says, if Hooba's mom I ain't doing it again. Carl for 1121 says, what is a streamer? Carl for 1121 says, look. Braddock says, but you locked me in and didn't tell me that you wasn't going to go in because you needed to do something. The Nicola 2018 says, I need to repair my items and get more fireworks. Steamer 2007 says, don't mind my netherite on netherite. Carl for 1121 says, wait, is this entire field a trap? Welcome Brvabsobkos, like and subscribe. Braddock says, there's a entrance here. Carl for 1121 says, NVM. Braddock says, it's open. Steamer 2007 says, lol. Braddock says, because I haven't left here yet, so I am guessing it won't close. Carl for 1121 says, wait, you can't see rain on Steam. Carl for 1121 says, stream asterisk. The Nicola 2018 says, no. Welcome RCPGINI, like and subscribe. The Nicola 2018 says, on Bedrock and on Java the rain is different. Carl for 1121 says, wait a minute. Carl for 1121 says, I can go to the nether portal to travel further. Braddock says, well, you will need more than just some heads for that. Carl for 1121 says, wait, what the? Carl for 1121 says, the nether is the overworld too. Steamer 2007 says, roar. Steamer 2007 says, XD. Braddock says, RRR. Steamer 2007 says, 16. Braddock says, damn. Braddock says, XD. Braddock says, that's a lot. Steamer 2007 says, Yas. Trivia question. Best tool for fast ore mining? Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Carl for 1121 says, PLZ don't kill me guys. Carl for 1121 says, honk. Braddock says, honk. Carl for 1121 says, Goose Room. The Nicola 2018 says, honk. The Nicola 2018 says, I know where it is. Carl for 1121 says, wow. Carl for 1121 says, oh no, I need food. Steamer 2007 says, my head. Steamer 2007 says, oh my god. Steamer 2007 says, all these blazes. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god sheep, thank you Braddocks. Braddock says, rip. Braddock says, P. Carl for 1121 says, I swear this skeleton is going to. Carl for 1121 says, never mind. Carl for 1121 says, ooh diamond. Steamer 2007 says, NVMF. Steamer 2007 says, Ema grab some food. Braddock says, lol. The Nicola 2018 says, what is rainbow? The Nicola 2018 says, from shop. Steamer 2007 says, glowstone. The Nicola 2018 says, oh. Carl for 1121 says, can this song player be changed? The Nicola 2018 says, I do not get it. Why is it called Rainbow? Carl for 1121 says, on stream. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Carl for 1121 says, AM running. Carl for 1121 says, all the way to the dessert, I died lol. Carl for 1121 says, Baya. Carl for 1121 says, Bunny. The Nicola 2018 says, damn. Dida Brandon to says, I'm starting fresh on my alt. The Nicola 2018 says, damn. Steamer to 1007 says, kill. Steamer to 1007 says, YEIGTG. Steamer to 1007 says, my McDonald's. Steamer to 1007 says, is ready. Braddock says, you massis. Braddock says, love some Macy's. Carl for 1121 says, thanks for the honey bottle. Carl for 1121 says, who killed 53 raids. Carl for 1121 says, I see like 53 banners over here. Braddock says, lol. Carl for 1121 says, who had time to do that lol. Dida Brandon to says, PvP is off. Braddock says, MAM. Carl for 1121 says, no way someone made a automatic sugarcane farm, and I did not even get wooden tools. Welcome back, it's Sphere Foxit. Glad you could join us again. Carl for 1121 says, wait, I remember this place, I'm close. Dida Brandon to says, I am free. Braddock says, where's my gift bankroll lol. Braddock says, nice. The Nicola 2018 says, bird. Trivia question. How do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? Braddock says A. Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like for more. Braddock says, only a mending book.
Wow.
Carl for 1121 says, oh no, what is this? Carl for 1121 says, I have a boss bar. Carl for 1121 says, the Hoobosaurus. Braddock says, lol. Did a Brandon to says, look. Did a Brandon to says, W new skin. Carl for 1121 says, finally, I found unclaimed land. The Nicola 2018 says, hi.
Wow.
Did a Brandon just says, oh my god. Did a Brandon to says, Tman. Did a Brandon to says, I hate phone calls. Braddock says, same. Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? Carl for 1121 says, Lawlessine says, Dear Pigster, please be a nice friend and consider revoking the claim. Carl for 1121 says, but it's not claimed. Carl for 1121 says, let's go him stealing. Carl for 1121 says, imagine the one who wrote that is watching the stream. Braddock says, his band. The Nicola 2018 says, I have so many elytras I have to put the Hooba's mom egg in other chest. Welcome back, Lexa Sibin. Glad you could join us again. The Nicola 2018 says, I sell them when someone asks. Trivia question. What's the main use of a converter? Black Spot Alert. Subscribe and like if you're enjoying. Carl for 1121 says, Ender Dragon. Braddock says, Hooba takes longer now just like it used to. D. Braddock says, I want the old loot cycle for Hooba back though Ingle. Carl for 1121 says, SCP-3008. The Nicola 2018 says, The Infinite IKEA. Carl for 1121 says, Oh my god, you know the Infinite IKEA? The Nicola 2018 says, I am SCP fan also. Carl for 1121 says, Epic. The Nicola 2018 says, I tried to make my own SCP, but it was declined, so now I work on backrooms level. Carl for 1121 says, I make SCP-3008 games on Roblox. Carl for 1121 says, I also almost died lol. Carl for 1121 says, One Hearth. The Nicola 2018 says, Bruh. The Nicola 2018 says, I sent to wrong person. The Nicola 2018 says, Oh, I mean on the website where you write about the SCPs. Carl for 1121 says, Oh, oops lol. The Nicola 2018 says, Where SCP-3008 comes from. The Nicola 2018 says, The SCP Wiki website. The Nicola 2018 says, Ye both are also from the SCP website. Welcome back SRM Gaming. Glad you could join us again. The Nicola 2018 says, Huit. Welcome Waffle, like and subscribe. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? Carl for 1121 says, someone wrote like 15 signs in front of their base door. Carl for 1121 says, with all their information law. Carl for 1121 says, they even wrote their phone number. Who did this law? Braddock says, huh. The Nicola 2018 says, what? The Nicola 2018 says, hey, this is kinda bad. The Nicola 2018 says, doxing is bad. The Nicola 2018 says, remove the signs. Braddock says, iku then, but I can't remember the name. Carl for 1121 says, oh oak. The Nicola 2018 says, okay, remove the signs. Braddock says, they wrote it themselves, Nick, unless two people was using the account. Carl for 1121 says, okay, the phone number is gone. Carl for 1121 says, the rest can stay. Welcome back Tani Lamo, glad you could join us again. The Nicola 2018 says, no, all gone. Carl for 1121 says, all. The Nicola 2018 says, all the information. Carl for 1121 says, there are only 2 signs, the rest are Minecraft. The Nicola 2018 says, I mean Earl information. Carl for 1121 says, is gone now. The Nicola 2018 says, okay. Carl for 1121 says, wait, where did I drop the? Carl for 1121 says, I am gonna dig straight down low. This is a good idea. Carl for 1121 says, I mean it's old generation, what could go wrong? Carl for 1121 says, maybe it's new, but yes lol. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, found iron. The Nicola 2018 says, GDG. Carl for 1121 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, okay, D. Trivia question. How do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? Carl for 1121 says, I am gonna smelt iron now. Spot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Carl for 1121 says, yes. Braddock says, wee. Braddock says, ow. Carl for 1121 says, I think it is called Conaparty, but I don't know for sure. Carl for 1121 says, okay, I am gonna look what it is. Braddock says, WB. Carl for 1121 says, wait no. Carl for 1121 says, my Discord is. Carl for 1121 says, Carl. It's Happy 14 says, Ty. It's Happy 14 says, WHA. Carl for 1121 says, and the icon is a background black-red with a red traffic cone in McEnther. Carl for 1121 says, let's do iron. It's Happy 14 says, Braddock says, nice. Braddock says, hashtag make Hoobs dat award N. It's Happy 14 says, yo Hoobs, where's Grandpa Hooba? Braddock says, RIP. It's Happy 14 says, I. It's Happy 14 says, it's grave time. Carl for 1121 says, this server is so nice long. It's Happy 14 says, ick. Braddock says, P. It's Happy 14 says, WB Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, WB Pio. Braddock says, WB both. Braddock says, Ty. Carl for 1121 says, Link. It's Happy 14 says, Link. Braddock says, Link. Carl for 1121 says, wait, what does Rs $? Carl for 1121 says, Link RSRR. It's Happy 14 says, why did they just die? Braddock says, you need to type that on it. It's Happy 14 says, get out of who? Trivia question. What's created when water and lava meet? Carl for 1121 says, Link. Carl for 1121 says, Link HQYP. Braddock says, XD. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, Get out of who? It's Happy 14 says, Who? Welcome Zia Boom, like and subscribe. Carl for 1121 says, I'm in YouTube chat too. Carl for 1121 says, Lol I see it, that is cool. It's Happy 14 says, Why you gotta get out of mom? Braddock says, PFFFF. It's Happy 14 says, Ty I think. Braddock says, Dim you think, lol. Carl for 1121 says, Yes. It's Happy 14 says, Oh. It's Happy 14 says, You meant a Hooba's mom. It's Happy 14 says, I thought something else. It's Happy 14 says, closing parenthesis. Braddock says, Oh now. Braddock says, lol. Carl for 1121 says, Oh yes, I forgot. I'm gonna accept now. Braddock says, How you do? It's Happy 14 says, Brad just told me that a few hours back. Skull. It's Happy 14 says, Well who's the mom? It's Happy 14 says, Or Dodd. It's Happy 14 says, Dad asterisk. Carl for 1121 says, I don't see your inventation. It's Happy 14 says, Your ex. It's Happy 14 says, What? Braddock says, Ain't no way. Carl for 1121 says, Invitation asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, If you're the dad, who's the mom? It's Happy 14 says, Who's your ex? Braddock says, Cap. It's Happy 14 says, Oh Mal, can I be the mom? It's Happy 14 says, I love kids. Braddock says, XD. Trivia question. How do you obtain honey bottles in Minecraft? It's Happy14 says, okay? It's Happy14 says, so. It's Happy14 says, what are the names? Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. It's Happy14 says, you work while you 12. It's Happy14 says, cool. Carl for 1121 says, furnace cooking. It's Happy14 says, aw, they sound cute. It's Happy14 says, are they dogs or kitties-o? It's Happy14 says, turtles. It's Happy14 says, what? Braddock says, cat. Braddock says, hard cat. Braddock says, unless it's about that one thing you told me, then it's not gonna say XD. It's Happy14 says, guys, I'm giving away a hug. It's Happy14 says, who wants it? Carl for 1121 says, what did you guys vote for in the Minecraft mob vote? Braddock says, ditto does. Braddock says, are okay? It's Happy14 says, I'm ready to hug anyone as long as I can go there by walking. Braddock says, see. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy14 says, okay, ditto, go ahead. Carl for 1121 says, crap. It's Happy14 says, have any of you all seen my face? Braddock says, nope. It's Happy14 says, anyone wants to see it. Braddock says, ditto will 100%. Carl for 1121 says, how are you gonna show your face? It's Happy14 says, at .carl for 121 Discord OFC. Braddock says, what one? Braddock says, baha ha ha. Carl for 1121 says, oh god. Braddock says, yay it was. It's Happy14 says, what car? Braddock says, I took it then sent to you like 3 seconds apart lol. Carl for 1121 says, I found goat. Braddock says, XD. Welcome back Kitty Roll. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says, yay? It's Happy14 says, hey Mike. Braddock says, we was jamming. It's Happy 14 says, how are you? Braddock says, all drunk to-oh. Trivia question. What's the primary use of a loom in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, nice to hear. D. Braddock says, oh. Carl for 1121 says, going Spearch. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, I wanna drink wine. It's Happy 14 says, gimme some. Braddock says, no long. Braddock says, too young. It's Happy 14 says, I'm almost 14, 0. Braddock says, then you got leaky for more years then. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon. Braddock says, too young to diddle now. It's Happy 14 says, am I allowed in your base if I'm the mom of your kids? Braddock says, I am 18. Carl for 1-1 says, Alpha, let's go. It's Happy 14 says, Alpha F. It's Happy 14 says, yay. It's Happy 14 says, actually ask Utton to send my face. Braddock says, that's old enough to buy alcohol here in the Uck Ditto. It's Happy 14 says, he dunst have kids. It's Happy 14 says, also his GF is Abby, not me. Braddock says, what if I have one on the way HMMM? It's Happy 14 says, I'm saying Brad doesn't have kids. It's Happy 14 says, E. Braddock says, yet lol. It's Happy 14 says, ooh. Braddock says, gonna go get the milk if I do XD. It's Happy 14 says, nice. It's Happy 14 says, ayo. It's Happy 14 says, don't you dare. Braddock says, oh mau. Carl for 1121 says, just throw them in the basement, Brad. It's Happy 14 says, it'll fly to wherever you live. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, and throw tequila at your face. Braddock says, XD. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, in the ocean. It's Happy 14 says, I have milk, Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, wait, that sounds cursed. Hold on. Carl for 1121 says, I'm in the ocean asterisk. Braddock says, paha. It's Happy 14 says, it's in my fridge. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, fridge. Braddock says, sure. Braddock says, maybe ditto. Braddock says, O_O. Braddock says, AO. It's Happy 14 says, wait, ditto. Carl for 1121 says, this base looks cool. It's Happy 14 says, why don't you make Udden the mom? Welcome back, Felix. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, he handles kids as a job. It's Happy 14 says, then. It's Happy 14 says, Happy 14 says, then trill. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Braddock says, he wants you happy lol. Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. It's Happy 14 says, WHA. Braddock says, told you XD. Carl for 1121 says, I know how to take care of kids better. Carl for 1121 says, throw them in DA basement. Braddock says, Carl for 1121 says, I was just kidding. Carl for 1121 says, get it. It's Happy 14 says, I love kids. It's Happy 14 says, they're cool. It's Happy 14 says, they're cute. It's Happy 14 says, they're fun to play with. Carl for 1121 says, lol I hit a sheep twice and it perfectly syncs with the dragon hit sounds on stream. It's Happy 14 says, wait till to be the mom I have to marry Brandon. Braddock says, yep. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, where? It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, lol is the I gonna say wait war, what 1 million times now. Braddock says, what? Braddock says, what? It's Happy 14 says, I ain't no I. Braddock says, yacht? Carl for 1121 says, no I mean the voice. Braddock says, lol.
Wow.
Fan of Brad says, was a dare. Braddock says, time. Carl for 1121 says, Ikra. Fanafrad says, happy you want the kids for a day. It's Happy 14 says, sure. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, why is your user? Carl for 1121 says, wait what the? It's Happy 14 says, that. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, are you okay? Carl for 1121 says, this base is above Ocean Monument. Fan of Brad says, it was a dare. Carl for 1121 says, didn't even realize lol, almost died. It's Happy 14 says, okay? It's Happy 14 says, well. It's Happy 14 says, where are you? Braddock says, should have been something to do with Happy Ditto lol. Fan of Brad says, spawn. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god glow squid my favorite mob, oh my god guys it's so cool out. Wahoo guys real. It's Happy 14 says, ditto happy. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, no. Braddock says, yeah. Braddock says, XD. It's Happy 14 says, nah noonan on it. Braddock says, yes. Braddock says, ditto happy. Fan of Brad says, I am happy they have a mom. Trivia question. What's required to create a redstone torch? Fan of Brad says, dit hap. Carl for 1121 says, Hooblit please help me, I am under the water. Braddock says, it's to the happy. It's happy 14 says, WHA. It's happy 14 says, no noni. It's happy 14 says, Brad. It's happy 14 says, stop. It's happy 14 says, it get. Braddock says, lol. Carl for 1121 says, oh wow, what is this? Braddock says, it's to the happy 14. Fan of Brad says, Brad Maras. Carl for 121 says, did I jump into a Minecraft YouTube project? Braddock says, O_O. Carl for 1121 says, what is this? Braddock says, XD. It's happy 14 says, oh no you found out. It's happy 14 says, okay Brandon. Carl for 1121 says, wait why does it look kinda sus though? It's happy 14 says, or fan of Brad. Carl for 1121 says, wait what the? It's happy 14 says, where are you? Carl for 1121 says, I'm gone Bram not going to look at that no more. Fan of Brad says, spawn. Welcome back Luke_Minecraft 2013. Glad you could join us again. It's happy 14 says, we know. Braddock says, I don't lol. It's happy 14 says, yeah though it's nice. Carl for 1121 says, Hoobs Live. Carl for 1121 says, I am in an infinite ocean. Braddock says, 8 netherite for the code. Fan of Brad says, what code? Braddock says, Hooba's mom code. Carl for 1121 says, there is nitrogen monoxide way. I traveled the entire world, and I still find a crafting table. Carl for 1121 says, lol, why did the I say that? Fan of Brad says, yay. It's happy 14 says, Ty-C. Carl for 1121 says, there is hydrogen, weather. Fan of Brad says, I did that on purpose. Braddock says, hi it's to the happy. Carl for 1121 says, I did not say that long. It's happy 14 says, hello wait what? It's happy 14 says, okay? Braddock says, lol. Braddock says, ditto or wife is here. Fan of Brad says, okay? Carl for 1121 says, PLS land. Carl for 1121 says, PLS land. Fan of Brad says, babe where are you? It's happy 14 says, Brandon, why did you show me your Earl face though? It's happy 14 says, call me happy. It's happy 14 says, or May. Braddock says, Kuzu likes you. Fan of Brad says, ick. Braddock says, he asterisk 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 asterisk. Braddock says, oops. It's happy 14 says, what? Fan of Brad says, I like you diff. It's happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1 to 1 says, let's go, I found land. It's Happy 14 says, no. Braddock says, lol. Braddock says, ditto happy. It's Happy 14 says, more like. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Carl for 1121 says, and acacia yeas. It's Happy 14 says, wait. Braddock says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, what? Fan of Brad says, I love my wife. Blackspot alert, be part of our family, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, well. It's Happy 14 says, I love you to Eagleman. Braddock says, XD. It's Happy 14 says, if it's for the lore. Fan of Brad says, no. Braddock says, no, it's for Earl Law. Carl for 1121 says, there are still torches, I swear I am gonna. Carl for 1121 says, nothing. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, Earl. Braddock says, yay? It's Happy 14 says, I'm not even from the us. Fan of Brad says, Brad, that sounds sus coming from Fan of Brad. It's Happy 14 says, I'm from the uck. Braddock says, same. Braddock says, has from the us, but it can still work a glol. It's Happy 14 says, im. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, mixed. Fan of Brad says, same. Braddock says, perfect match. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, shipwreck. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, no. It's Happy 14 says, oh now. Braddock says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, okay. It's Happy 14 says, well. It's Happy 14 says, so. Fan of Brad says, Brad, help me get down. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, this shipwreck has been looted already. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon him at the nether portal place thing. Braddock says, you need feather falling or food to get down there. Carl for 1121 says, I'm starting to think people have maybe even come to the Farlands already. Fan of Brad says, I am trying to save me, man. It's Happy 14 says, that's possible. Braddock says, go meet her wife ditto law. Fan of Brad says, main asterisk. Fan of Brad says, my main account needs help. It's Happy 14 says, oi. Braddock says, hi Dito's wife. It's Happy 14 says, I'm not married to Brad. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon asterisk asterisk. Braddock says, you are now law. Fan of Brad says, Brad married us. Braddock says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, this Fan of Brad user is so confusing. It's Happy 14 says, I'll only maybe marry him as he says it. It's Happy 14 says, 3. Tawny Lamo says, hello. Fan of Brad says, Brad say it. Braddock says, Mary ditto. Carl for 1121 says, what the? Carl for 1121 says, bunny. It's Happy 14 says, I mean. Braddock says, Happy and Ditto are husband and wife fr. Carl for 1121 says, Ooh, what is that? It's Happy 14 says, I'll only maybe marry Ditto if Ditto says it. Tawny Lamo says, Carl. Trivia question. What's the main use of a blast furnace in Minecraft? Tawny Lamo says, it's me. Fan of Brad says, my main. It's Happy 14 says, yeah, I guess. Carl for 1121 says, it's you. It's Happy 14 says, that's your alt. Tawny Lamo says, ye. It's Happy 14 says, ooh. Tawny Lamo says, af. It's Happy 14 says, okak. Carl for 1121 says, what the be doing here? It's Happy 14 says, Brad. Braddock says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, seriously want me to marry Ditto? Braddock says, id claw. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Braddock says, well Ditto wants you to marry him. It's Happy 14 says, WHA. Braddock says, long. Ditta Brandon says, Brad. Braddock says, yay. Ditta Brandon says, can you help me please? Carl for 1121 says, you guys act more sus than my Roblox friend Rob. Carl for 1121 says, actually it'd about that. It's Happy 14 says, say mau. Braddock says, my helm is gone, and my boots are low so no long. Ditta Brandon says, bring me food or something. Carl for 1121 says, I am starting this map is actually big. Carl for 1121 says, because I am still seeing humanity. Carl for 1121 says, after like 2 hours of walking. It's Happy 14 says, bro. Carl for 1121 says, I am starting to think asterisk. Braddock says, ooh. Ditta Brandon says, PL's Brad. It's Happy 14 says, well. Braddock says, kill their wife MB. It's Happy 14 says, Brad. It's Happy 14 says, stop it. It's Happy 14 says, pulse. Carl for 1121 says, oh my, I am seeing an entire chunk mined here to Bedrock. Braddock says, it's Ditta Brandon 14. It's Happy 14 says, wayo. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, no. Braddock says, I won't be able to get down that lava bit Ditto. It's Happy 14 says, who wants to be my husband just for the sake. Braddock says, Ditto. Didda Brandon says, me. It's Happy 14 says, see, no one, everyone happy. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, wow. It's Happy 14 says, just. It's Happy 14 says, wha. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, my brain. It's Happy 14 says, wah. Carl for 1121 says, no way I am seeing an entire town. Braddock says, is the food down there? Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like for more. Braddock says, oh. Carl for 1121 says, like 50,000 studs away. Didda Brandon says, me smart. It's Happy 14 says, studs. It's Happy 14 says, this isn't Roblox though. Didda Brandon says, no. Didda Brandon says, well ick. It's Happy 14 says, also why does our user remind me of Roblox? It's Happy 14 says, that Carl NPC something. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, I keep saying Roblox things lol. Carl for 1121 says, I forgot it's blocks, not studs. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, I found a rainbow pillar. It's Happy 14 says, WHA. Braddock says, Hooba needs a nerf, been fighting it for like an hour. Didda Brandon says, so does mom. Braddock says, gone through to stacks of gold carrots, and all my armor is ounce it dead. It's Happy 14 says, out. It's Happy 14 says, serious. Carl for 1121 says, so does mom asterisk dies of drowning asterisk? It's Happy 14 says, ditto now, where are you? Didda Brandon says, spawn. Braddock says, hes at the Hoff. It's Happy 14 says, there's a Hoff. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, Hall of Fame. It's Happy 14 says, NVM. Braddock says, XD. Didda Brandon says, yes. Didda Brandon says, I got my loot. Braddock says, nice. Carl for 1121 says, lol, the fact that Sweden is playing while the guy on stream is dying of lava is just funny. Dita Brandon says, happy. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? Trivia question, which hostile mob drops phantom membranes? Dita Brandon says, Afkwife, where are you? It's Happy 14 says, Afkwife. Dita Brandon says, will you marry me? It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide, don't kill me. Dita Brandon says, will you marry me? Dita Brandon says, I won't. Carl for 1121 says, lol, this chat is goofy. Dita Brandon says, you're safe, honey. Braddock says, lemma test this thing with Blex lol. Braddock says, XD. Braddock says, W Riz. Braddock says, nitrogen monoxide a test. Dita Brandon says, hey babe. It's Happy 14 says, okay, being serious. Braddock says, lol, Blex reads out elements. Dita Brandon says, I got W Riz. Braddock says, AU. Dita Brandon says, no. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, I found steamer to 1007's land. It's Happy 14 says, has everywhere. Carl for 1121 says, why are there no desert temples? Carl for 1121 says, I am even seeing more desert wells. Dita Brandon says, happy marry me. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, just when I said that, I found a desert temple. Carl for 1121 says, Thai Minecraft gods. Braddock says, you. Dita Brandon says, Bradware is big hard. Braddock says, oh. Welcome back, Mr. Halo not Harem. Glad you could join us again. Braddock says, you what now, huh? Dita Brandon says, UW. It's Happy 14 says, WH. Braddock says, what hat? Dita Brandon says, I need to find big hard. Carl for 1121 says, OGOD. Braddock says, Awa _ Rasdasford. Dita Brandon says, it is a place where I live. Braddock says, happy go sort husband out. Dita Brandon says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, How do I? Carl for 1121 says, ooh. Braddock says, id claw. Carl for 1121 says, I tried to break something. Carl for 1121 says, and it say. Dida Brandon says, happy go to sleep. Trivia question. What mob drops gas tears? It's Happy 14 says, Okahi? Blexbot alert. Your support counts, subscribe, and like. Dida Brandon says, I will take care if the kids for a few minutes. Carl for 1121 says, you don't have someone A754030-C61-for28B-A820-to-a-FBDO for 5E-78 as permission to build here. It's Happy 14 says, what kids though? Dida Brandon says, my mids. Carl for 1121 says, you don't have someone A754030-C61-for28B-A820-to-a-FBDO for 5E-78 as permission to build here. Dida Brandon says, kids asterisk. Carl for 1121 says, creeper aw man. It's Happy 14 says, okay, well I'm chilling at my base. Dida Brandon says, but I will give you a kid. Braddock says, O_O. It's Happy 14 says, what do you mean? Dida Brandon says, Brad knows. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, sussy one. Braddock says, oh. Dida Brandon says, probably. It's Happy 14 says, wha. It's Happy 14 says, tell, e. Dida Brandon says, you want to know. It's Happy 14 says, you. It's Happy 14 says, just EW me. It's Happy 14 says, what bed? Dida Brandon says, lie bed. Dida Brandon says, my asterisk. Braddock says, the Rizzler. It's Happy 14 says, hole up. It's Happy 14 says, wait a min. Dida Brandon says, yup. It's Happy 14 says, what's happening? Braddock says, getting rizzed up by Ditto. Braddock says, getting asterisk. Dida Brandon says, I will give you a baby if you jump in bed with me. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, wha. It's Happy 14 says, HWHSUHQHA. It's Happy 14 says, DWO. It's Happy 14 says, and H3 for 1EHDN. Braddock says, ha. Carl for 1121 says, I guess chat is more hell than spawn in most servers. It's Happy 14 says, I'm sorry Ditto, what? Dida Brandon says, Brad knows. Braddock says, lol. Dida Brandon says, ask Brad. It's Happy 14 says, you know too. It's Happy 14 says, wait DM me. It's Happy 14 says, on DC. Braddock says, XD. Dida Brandon says, no ask Brad. It's Happy 14 says, Brad. It's Happy 14 says, okay? Dida Brandon says, it is better coming from him. It's Happy 14 says, well. It's Happy 14 says, Brad. It's Happy 14 says, tell me. It's Happy 14 says. Dita Brandon says, Brad has experienced. Trivia question. What's created when water and lava meet? Braddock says, PFFTTT. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, Wawahi 6 Jite for Taiju 8 I 6 to Hive to Sweffert 5 Y7 Noonby. It's Happy 14 says, Hilson Troop for W5 KPTGF. Braddock says, XD. It's Happy 14 says, if Woyo 30 for equals T34. It's Happy 14 says, we're 30 for okay. It's Happy 14 says, woo hut. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, oh my god. Carl for 1121 says, nitrogen monoxide way. It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, finally. Dita Brandon says, Brad you know what I mean right. Braddock says, yay. Carl for 1121 says, I found 1 point to 1 terrain. Carl for 1121 says, less guru. Braddock says, I told her. It's Happy 14 says, congrats Carl. Dita Brandon says, long. Dita Brandon says, what did you tell her? It's Happy 14 says, sussy. It's Happy 14 says, stuff. It's Happy 14 says, very. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god the AI think nitrogen monoxide way means nitrogen oxide way XDD. Braddock says, yay it cracks D. It's Happy 14 says, PFTT. It's Happy 14 says, WGAT. Braddock says, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide. Dita Brandon says, tell me what you told her. It's Happy 14 says, ditto. Braddock says, okay. Carl for 1121 says, oh god lol. It's Happy 14 says, that. Braddock says, copied and pasted. It's Happy 14 says, you get it. Braddock says, W. Carl for 1121 says, Jack's Doggy House. Braddock says, Ditto be the Wizard of Oz. Carl for 1121 says, this tree will be new life in 1 point to 1. It's Happy 14 says, where even is your base? It's Happy 14 says, I don't see it. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god ocean monument. It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, spikes in the water. Dita Brandon says, Hoobs should add a Riz achievement. Braddock says, XD. Dita Brandon says, look. Dita Brandon says, Brad this is my farm. It's Happy 14 says, I'm just curious to know if you actually mean it. Dita Brandon says, I do. Braddock says, he does. Braddock says, lol. Ditto Brandon says, like my farm, Brad. Trivia question. What block is needed to craft a bookshelf? Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Braddock says, yay? It's Happy 14 says, yeah, I think it looks pretty awesome. Ditto Brandon says, I think you look finer than my GF. It's Happy 14 says, who's your GF? Ditto Brandon says, she's 9. It's Happy 14 says, I'm almost 14. Braddock says, you happy? Braddock says, you are now. Braddock says, lol. Ditto Brandon says, no, she is my wife, Brad. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, wait, no. Ditto Brandon says, why did you at me? Braddock says, Happy was selling herself, so I at you in the post for you to see it. Carl for 1121 says, finally. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, oh my god. It's Happy 14 says, what? Braddock says, Ditto will do that price. It's Happy 14 says, wah. It's Happy 14 says, wah. Braddock says, okay lol. It's Happy 14 says, unless it's UD. It's Happy 14 says, spare him. It's Happy 14 says, hez cool. Carl for 1121 says, are ocean monuments even rare? Carl for 1121 says, I find them so much rare. Braddock says, Happy is cheating on you ditto with UD. It's Happy 14 says, not really in this sever. It's Happy 14 says, R. Braddock says, lel. It's Happy 14 says, who? Braddock says, you. It's Happy 14 says, what? Braddock says, XD. Carl for 1121 says, finally land. Braddock says, congrats you to XD. Braddock says, yes. Carl for 1121 says, I also got one too. Carl for 1121 says, Wanna know what it is? It's Happy 14 says, what? Trivia question. What type of potion does a blaze drop when defeated? Carl for 1121 says, yes or nah. Braddock says, I got you both a double bed. It's Happy 14 says, Ayo. Carl for 1121 says, okay, my turn. Carl for 1121 says, I got you both. Carl for 1121 says, grass. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, none. Carl for 1121 says, a robot. Braddock says, XD. It's Happy 14 says, Brad. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, my coordinates are so much now. Braddock says, yee. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon asterisk asterisk. Carl for 1121 says, so far away. Braddock says, oh. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, I reached her home. Braddock says, id claw. Braddock says, XXDDDD. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, creeper, wah man. Carl for 1121 says, I'm mining in the mine. Carl for 1121 says, swinging my pickaxe. It's Happy 14 says, it's actually. Carl for 1121 says, side to side. Carl for 1121 says, side to side. Carl for 1121 says, oh no. Carl for 1121 says, what is that? Carl for 1121 says, creeper. Carl for 1121 says, agwaragark. Dida Brandon says, let me open you up. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? Braddock says, ioo. It's Happy 14 says, waity. Braddock says, what? It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. Carl for 1121 says, no. It's Happy 14 says, non. Braddock says, ioo. Carl for 1121 says, he is gonna do operation with you. Carl for 1121 says, has a doctor. Carl for 1121 says, don't worry. It's Happy 14 says, I hope. Dida Brandon says, open up my door. Carl for 1121 says, he's just experimenting, yes real. Braddock says, nitrogen monoxide, 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 nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, oh my god. It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, oh my god. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god. Carl for 1121 says, nitrogen monoxide way. Carl for 1121 says, jackpot. Carl for 1121 says, let's go. It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, shipwreck. Dida Brandon says, I love my wife. Dida Brandon says, babe, where are you? Carl for 1121 says, I got to smithing templates to yes. Carl for 1121 says, finally that means. Dida Brandon says, are you at 21011204? Carl for 1121 says, I am really far away, yes. It's Happy 14 says, to 329. Dida Brandon says, too far. Carl for 1121 says, 3000. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Trivia question. What's the max build height? Dida Brandon says, hey. Dida Brandon says, come here baby. Carl for 1121 says, does your inventory safe in this server? It's Happy 14 says, nope. Braddock says, lol. Carl for 1121 says, wait. Carl for 1121 says, it doesn't. Braddock says, no. Dida Brandon says, Brad stop her. Carl for 1121 says, like if you rejoin. Braddock says, okay. Braddock says, yes Carl. Carl for 1121 says, oh okay yes, that is what I meant lol. Braddock says, it drops if you die though. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, hi. Welcome back Kevin, glad you could join us again. Braddock says, Hooba just dipped. It's Happy 14 says, so. Dida Brandon says, come in. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, no. Braddock says, XD. Carl for 1121 says, oh god please not on the stream. Dida Brandon says, let's get in bed. Braddock says, XDDD. Carl for 1121 says, look. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, stow. Carl for 1121 says, phew lol. It's Happy 14 says, I wasn't expecting that. Dida Brandon says, Brad make my wife nicer. Braddock says, XD. Braddock says, what happened lol? Dida Brandon says, she is nice. It's Happy 14 says, happy Halloween Kevin. Dida Brandon says, but not that nice. Braddock says, lol. Carl for 1121 says, it is not Halloween. Carl for 1121 says, kinda though. It's Happy 14 says, I'm terrified. Dida Brandon says, why? It's Happy 14 says, well. It's Happy 14 says, okay? It's Happy 14 says, just give me food. It's Happy 14 says, I have one bread left. It's Happy 14 says, tie. Dida Brandon says, we're going home. It's Happy 14 says, nice. It's Happy 14 says, so you HH. Carl for 1121 says, The nether music is everything needed to explain what is happening to chat if you are blind. Dida Brandon says, come on. It's Happy 14 says, Jisson, I have ABF. Dida Brandon says, IDC. Trivia question. What's the main use of a stonecutter in the game? Dida Brandon says, I am you husband. It's Happy 14 says, I agree with Carl. It's Happy 14 says, it's so. It's Happy 14 says, curse. It's Happy 14 says, D. Carl for 1121 says, lol yes. Carl for 1121 says, oh god. Carl for 1121 says, Creeper Amen X2. It's Happy 14 says, what in the? It's Happy 14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, I found a jungle yes. It's Happy 14 says, I like base, it looks cool. It's Happy 14 says, Brast. Braddock says, yes. Dida Brandon says, Brad you got our gift. Braddock says, I need a etchist. It's Happy 14 says, I need one too. Braddock says, yes. Dida Brandon says, down starts. Braddock says, there. It's Happy 14 says, A. It's Happy 14 says, wha. Dida Brandon says, we got our bed. Carl for 1121 says, I found jungle and acacia my favorite combination. It's Happy 14 says, ha ha ha, I'm all the way here. It's Happy 14 says, wow I love jungle and acacia too. It's Happy 14 says, okay? It's Happy 14 says, now what? Dida Brandon says, this is my wife, and I love her. It's Happy 14 says, who? It's Happy 14 says, the villager. Dida Brandon says, you. Braddock says, you. It's Happy 14 says, I. Dida Brandon says, take totems. Dida Brandon says, take the shulker. Braddock says, tie. Dida Brandon says, you. Carl for 1121 says, I am gonna make my boss on top of this mountain. It's Happy 14 says, yay? It's Happy 14 says, it was a trick. It's Happy 14 says, let's go. It's Happy 14 says, I'm ready to die. It's Happy 14 says, kill me. Braddock says, no. It's Happy 14 says, what? Dida Brandon says, more gear for you. It's Happy 14 says, let's go. It's Happy 14 says, no sussy. It's Happy 14 says, pure gameplay. It's Happy 14 says, yay? Dida Brandon says, sure. It's Happy 14 says, my skin is literally Steve for y'all. Braddock says, nah. It's Happy 14 says, I'm basically a boy. Braddock says, tss. Braddock says, nah. Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. How do you obtain honey bottles in Minecraft? Dida Brandon says, not for me. Braddock says, exactly. Dida Brandon says, what design do you like better? It's Happy 14 says, who you a skin? Braddock says, this one. Dida Brandon says, same. Dida Brandon says, both of tall. Dida Brandon says, y'all asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, any TBH lol. It's Happy 14 says, staring contest. It's Happy 14 says, go. Dida Brandon says, come downstairs. Dida Brandon says, come downstairs. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god bow. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, okay? It's Happy 14 says, ask. Dida Brandon says, look at my bees Brad. Braddock says, to seconds lol. Dida Brandon says, lol. Trivia question. What's the max build height? It's Happy 14 says, Wha. It's Happy 14 says, T. Dida Brandon says, I gave her a kiss. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, get me out. Braddock says, no. Braddock says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, ah. It's Happy 14 says, please. Braddock says, never. Dida Brandon says, Hoobs needs the per our command. It's Happy 14 says, help. It's Happy 14 says, chat. It's Happy 14 says, spawn a zombie on me. Dida Brandon says, UD will set you free. Braddock says, no. It's Happy 14 says, zombie. It's Happy 14. It's Happy 14 says, why is UDM here? It's Happy 14 says, ah. Dida Brandon says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, too much. Dida Brandon says, she will die. Braddock says, trying to spawn proof it. Dida Brandon says, cute. Carl for 1121 says, cooking met. Carl for 1121 says, meat. Braddock says, no 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 no. It's Happy 14 says, okay, I'll do it. Carl for 1121 says, oh god. Braddock says, are not allowed to leave lol. It's Happy 14 says, only if. It's Happy 14 says, you get me out. It's Happy 14 says, promise. It's Happy 14 says, I swear. Dida Brandon says, do what? It's Happy 14 says, I swear on UD. It's Happy 14 says, Lem out. It's Happy 14 says, I'm in this base. Dida Brandon says, what will yoy do? Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. It's Happy 14 says, chill. It's Happy 14 says, Stanf. It's Happy 14 says, exist. Trivia question, which mob drops ender pearls when defeated? Dida Brandon says, what will you do it, I let you out. It's Happy 14 says, done. It's Happy 14 says, I told you. Dida Brandon says, Brad says she would do it. Braddock says, will you? Dida Brandon says, let her out. It's Happy 14 says, okay, I'm standing here. It's Happy 14 says, what you want me to do? Braddock says, XD. Dida Brandon says, what should I have her do? Braddock says, anything you want. Dida Brandon says, I got the best thing. Dida Brandon says, I need fences. It's Happy 14 says, fences. It's Happy 14 says, bro. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, Jay. Welcome back, Steve. Glad you could join us again. Dida Brandon says, dance for me. It's Happy 14 says, UW indeed, sir. It's Happy 14 says, ah. It's Happy 14 says, play some music. It's Happy 14 says, Emma dance. Carl for 1121 says, BTW everyone, I am gonna go now. Carl for 1121 says, so Carl for 1121 says, yes. Carl for 1121 says, bye everyone. It's Happy 14 says, lucky. It's Happy 14 says, okay. It's Happy 14 says, bye. It's Happy 14 says, E. Braddock says, there. Carl for 1121 says, I am gonna be back to Yemmer. Dida Brandon says, W song. Carl for 1121 says, wait. Carl for 1121 says, actually. Carl for 1121 says, I need to listen to this banger first. Braddock says, long. Dida Brandon says, happy dance. Trivia question. What block is used to create an end portal frame? It's Happy14 says, give me 20 shulkers. It's Happy14 says, pay me. Dita Brandon says, okay. It's Happy14 says, wait. Dita Brandon says, dance then pay. It's Happy14 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, all the music is gone. Carl for 1121 says, okay bye. It's Happy14 says, okay. It's Happy14 says, Zammer. It's Happy14 says, I rather get recrolled. Dita Brandon says, dance. It's Happy14 says, nitrogen monoxide one is here. It's Happy14 says, bread. Dita Brandon says, dance room. It's Happy14 says, nice to know Carl. It's Happy14 says. It's Happy14 says, okay see ya. It's Happy14 says, enjoy the rest of the day. Dita Brandon says, dance. It's Happy14 says, IGTG. It's Happy14 says, tuitions. It's Happy14 says, bye. Braddock says, bye. Dita Brandon says, you want it. It's Happy14 says, only thing I got was Brettlemow. Braddock says, nah. It's Happy14 says, well. It's Happy14 says, fine. It's Happy14 says, it'll do it. It's Happy14 says, only one thing though. Braddock says, you had full diamond on you happy lol. It's Happy14 says, someone come pick me up from spawn. It's Happy14 says, I'm not going alone. Braddock says, why? Dita Brandon says, just do it at spawn. It's Happy14 says, oh okay? Dita Brandon says, that's big right rad. Dita Brandon says, Brad asterisk. Braddock says, huh. Dita Brandon says, height 5 Brad. Braddock says, okay. Dita Brandon says, crystal practice. Braddock says, okay. It's Happy14 says, okay. Who wants to see my face? Dita Brandon says, me. It's Happy14 says, I'm posting at the Discord server. Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What's the enchantment table used for? Trivia question. How to cure a zombie villager? It's Happy 14 says, I'm all alone, let's go. It's Happy 14 says, time to play actual survival. It's Happy 14 says. Welcome back, Deadly Destiny. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, hello. It's Happy 14 says, thank God. It's Happy 14 says, a normal player. Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What is the main use of a cartography table? It's Happy 14 says, tie. Tawny Lamo says, it's happy. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, Tawny Lamo says, you have Discord. It's Happy 14 says, yish. It's Happy 14 says, idc.fr. Tawny Lamo says, wanna have top. It's Happy14 says, VC. Trivia question. What do you need to create a target block? Tawny Lamo says, Ye. Tawny Lamo says, It's Happy14 says, maybe not, sorry, I'm not comfortable sharing voice. It's Happy14 says, IGTG. It's Happy14 says, see ya. Tawny Lamo says, can I have loot, guys? Tawny Lamo says, on the stream. Tawny Lamo says, Fks. Tawny Lamo says, what's her name? Tawny Lamo says, bye. Tawny Lamo says, IGTG. Pio says, what? Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? Pio says, I have no idea where they are. Pio says, we were sailing off. Trivia question. What's required to make a potion of night vision? Pio says, that was my plan, but you interrupted it. Welcome back, Marcin P. Glad you could join us again. Pio says, I don't need them. Pio says, like it all. Pio says, bye. Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? Pio says, how many stages are Thari? Pio says, new. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Pio says, Thari is none here. Pio says, IE. Pio says, no. Pio says, I can't now. Pio says, IGGG. Pio says, it was in the trading hall so it was scary TBH. Pio says, they are donned for more than a week. Pio says, done asterisk. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. Pio says, bye-bye. Trivia question. What's the rarest powerful ore? Pio says, this is yours. Trivia question. What do you need to create a target block? Blexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Trivia question. What is the primary use of a grindstone in the game? Trivia question. What block is needed to craft a bookshelf? Blackspot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Steamy2007 says, nah. Steamy2007 says, Ema Java soon. Steamy2007 says, placing Steamy at Slime Farm.
No.
Steamer 2007 says, "Na ima make. Finish my creeper farm." Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Welcome back at Chippy 14. Glad you could join us again. Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What item locates strongholds? Steamer 2007 says, tidy. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Steamer 2007 says, lol tie. Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. Steamer 2007 says, it what that is but tie. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Steamer 2007 says, cool. Steamer 2007 says, tie. Steamer 2007 says, I'll keep it here. Steamer 2007 says, TYSM. Trivia question. What item locates strongholds? Steamer 2007 says, Yas? Steamer 2007 says, I am ye. Steamer 2007 says, Hoezo, kan jij dit verstaan dan? Steamer 2007 says, nice. Steamer 2007 says, why was Jij dan? Steamer 2007 says, MC na. Steamer 2007 says, tie. Steamer 2007 says, Balin. Steamer 2007 says, oh. Steamer 2007 says, Okie goat om ti weten. Steamer 2007 says, lol. Steamer 2007 says, what? Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Steamer 2007 says, noise. Trivia question. What is the main use of a cartography table? Steamer 2007 says, where? Steamer 2007 says, whole lot. Steamer 2007 says, K. Brandon. Steamer 2007 says, soon. Steamer 2007 says, okay. Steamer 2007 says, no, I am busy with my creeper farm I found. Steamer 2007 says, by luck. Welcome back, Legend Mine Gamers. Glad you could join us again. Steamer 2007 says, hi. Steamer 2007 says, no. Steamer 2007 says, lius. Steamer 2007 says, lies. Steamer 2007 says, Netherlands. Steamer 2007 says, no. Steamer 2007 says, I found in Creeper Farm. Trivia question. What mob drops gas tears? Steamer 2007 says, so I am fixing it. Steamer 2007 says, beast. Steamer 2007 says, bitey. Steamer 2007 says, ick. Steamer 2007 says, okie dokie. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Steamer 2007 says, did Ben Geech? Slog 125,727 says, hi. Carl for 1121 says, Yalla Olik Ben Carl. Steamer to 1007 says, Oki. Trivia question. Which mob drops ender pearls when defeated? Carl for 1121 says, Few me in inventory and who is Opgislagan. Steamer to 1007 says, Claim het. Carl for 1121 says, Mar Yadis me in Roblox nom is Conaparty display name and ect Roblox nom is Doen Spearch. Steamer to 1007 says, Oki. Carl for 1121 says, Niad Vragan wat Doen Spearch betekent ik heb geen ID. Carl for 1121 says, N Steamer. Steamer to 1007 says, Brudgy Spreek Medding 16 Jarage. Carl for 1121 says, Ik heb 2 armor trims. Steamer to 1007 says, Really? Carl for 1121 says, Ja? Carl for 1121 says, D. Carl for 1121 says, Ocean Dingonik Wheat Nyat, what head is? Carl for 1121 says, Coast Armor Trim. Steamer to 1007 says, Nice. Carl for 1121 says, Where is your home? Carl for 1121 says, In Minecraft. Steamer to 1007 says, Das in God Vrog. Carl for 1121 says, Oh lol. Steamer to 1007 says, Ixel F Kieken. Carl for 1121 says, Hey wacht is even ik weet zeker dat ik dit blok G heb geplots. Carl for 1121 says, Oh dad is pine-like. Carl for 1121 says, Een block GT court. Steamer to 1007 says, What vor one? Carl for 1121 says, Vor one smithing template? Steamer to 1007 says, Ige. Carl for 1121 says, Ja? Carl for 1121 says, Ik denk dat dadinja is. Steamer to 1007 says, Ik ben er bijna. Carl for 1121 says, Wacht ho weetji, waar ik ben law. Steamer to 1007 says, Id kik ga kieken waar me and who is. Steamer 2007 says, Nether minus 111 minus 51. Trivia question. What's the main use of a blast furnace in Minecraft? Carl for 1121 says, Uokaic dat jeej me in bedold. Carl for 1121 says, Wow dat is verweg denkik. Carl for 1121 says, Ik heb heel verge. Carl for 1121 says, Gerigst. Carl for 1121 says, Geriest. Carl for 1121 says, Vergeton. Carl for 1121 says, In die overwereld. Carl for 1121 says, Jerezin. Steamer 2007 says, Quartz. Carl for 1121 says, For 1073. Carl for 1121 says, For 1073, 63. Carl for 1121 says, For 1073, 63. Carl for 1121 says, For 1073, 63, minus 1554. Carl for 1121 says, Ja. Carl for 1121 says, Hilver weg denkik. Carl for 1121 says, Ik heb een cherry boom geplant. Carl for 1121 says, Het enig 1.1 block G, data convinden higher. Carl for 1121 says, O wactic was Vergeton. Carl for 1121 says, Dis voor one smithing template. Carl for 1121 says, What heb je eigen like allemaal? Steamer 2007 says, T-Veal. Carl for 1121 says, Okay den ji wooniets dat ji niets nodig het law. Carl for 1121 says, Mar niet dirt block G. Steamer 2007 says, Ik weet niet wat G allemaal het. Steamer 2007 says, De sik neem maar wat nie. Steamer 2007 says, Me. Carl for 1121 says, Ja. Carl for 1121 says, U. Carl for 1121 says, Ik heb zojuist ontdekt. Carl for 1121 says, Dat ik de diamonds heb. Steamer 2007 says, Noise. Carl for 1121 says, Zou ik in sward maken. Steamer 2007 says, Nee. Carl for 1121 says, Of sparen voor een pickaxe. Steamer 2007 says, Wak nu maar op mij. Carl for 1121 says, Oak. Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Slog 125,727 says, tie. Slog 125,727 says, smiley face. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Carl for 1121 says, Hoob, how to answer trivia questions. Steamer to 1007 says, do, trivia. Carl for 1121 says, ooh. Carl for 1121 says, oak nice. Steamer to 1007 says, WB. Carl for 1121 says, do phantom spawn in this server? Steamer to 1007 says, no. Carl for 1121 says, zombies are getting in my base lol. Steamer to 1007 says, how's that lol? Carl for 1121 says, 100% good protection. Carl for 1121 says, I started this server today. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god, I saw my house on your screen. Carl for 1121 says, it's right here. Braddock says, hi. Carl for 1121 says, what the op skeleton? Carl for 1121 says, oh my god PLS skeleton. Carl for 1121 says, stop. Carl for 1121 says, I am half a hearth oh god. Steamer to 1007 says, GG. Braddock says, I need to repair armor. Carl for 1121 says, phew I survived. Carl for 1121 says, hello Steamer. Steamer to 1007 says, yo. Carl for 1121 says, OMG. Carl for 1121 says, G head op armor ending on. Steamer to 1007 says, yas. Carl for 1121 says, ik heb dis. Carl for 1121 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, act. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god dank jewel. Steamer to 1007 says, geen probleem. Carl for 1121 says, dat is zo goed. Carl for 1121 says, dank G Steam. Carl for 1121 says, Drachenhoofd. Carl for 1121 says, wow. Carl for 1121 says, whacked wow. Carl for 1121 says, G het zelfs totem. Trivia question. What's the rarest powerful ore? Carl for 1121 says, what? Carl for 1121 says, Drachenhoofd. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god Ty. Steamer to 1007 says, GG. Carl for 1121 says, Draken A. Carl for 1121 says, what? Steamer to 1007 says, lol. Carl for 1121 says, wow. Carl for 1121 says, tidity. Steamer to 1007 says, boom. Carl for 1121 says, yee. Carl for 1121 says, boom. Steamer to 1007 says, the holy boom. Carl for 1121 says, ja. Carl for 1121 says, ik god is nu het hokken. Steamer to 1007 says, lol. Carl for 1121 says, heb gij noggin sapling? Steamer to 1007 says, at my home. Carl for 1121 says, ik ga proberen in Saudjeti krigen. Carl for 1121 says, oh my god GG. Steamer to 1007 says, GG. Carl for 1121 says, first try. Steamer to 1007 says, first try. Carl for 1121 says, XD. Carl for 1121 says, nice boom. Steamer to 1007 says, ja. Carl for 1121 says, dit word D. Carl for 1121 says, Acacia Civilizity. Carl for 1121 says, ja. Steamer to 1007 says, ja. Carl for 1121 says, ja. Carl for 1121 says, wow gij heading Luke Cape. Steamer to 1007 says, oh dank G. Carl for 1121 says, dat is tuk als G Bedrock and Java Clue. Carl for 1121 says, voring teed of zo. Steamer to 1007 says, ja Bedrock Java and Pocket. Carl for 1121 says, ja. Carl for 1121 says, epic. Carl for 1121 says, ik god is Draken a go gewaren. Carl for 1121 says, Ndiander Dingon. Carl for 1121 says, ye sweet berry. Carl for 1121 says, Hobbs long. Steamer to 1007 says, Brad don't kill. Carl for 1-1 has Netherlands too. Braddock says, ho. Steamer to 1007 says, PLZ puppy eyes. Carl for 1121 says, Druifius. Carl for 1121 says, ik bedoel. Carl for 1121 says, UHH. Carl for 1121 says, ho heat het. Carl for 1121 says, Curson. Steamer to 1007 says, ja. Carl for 1121 says, ja. Carl for 1121 says, Kirschis. Steamer to 1007 says, Bessen. Carl for 1121 says, oh ja Bessen law. Steamer to 1007 says, XD. Blackspot alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. Carl for 1121 says, lol soms weet meer Engels den Netherlands, dat is so raar. Carl for 1121 says, zo asterisk. Steamer to 1007 says, same. Carl for 1121 says, ye. Carl for 1121 says, Igdanu. Trivia question. Which mob drops ender pearls when defeated? Steamer to 1007 says, Ookie. Carl for 1121 says, me and Hoostch better make it. Carl for 1121 says, Warum dojier hout boven? Steamer to 1007 says, Zodit G damage kriged. Carl for 1121 says, ja, ik begridge blah. Carl for 1121 says, that is so cool. Steamer to 1007 says, Wak Mar Tajimian Besu it Zeet. Carl for 1121 says, ya lol. Carl for 1121 says, Ik denk dat het zo go, is. Carl for 1121 says, War is dat trouwens. Steamer to 1007 says, Nether minus 111 minus 51. Carl for 1121 says, Ik ga op Schrijven. Steamer to 1007 says, Is higher ergens in cave. Carl for 1121 says, Zitter in Portal in die Cave Dam? Steamer to 1007 says, Ni Dan Makakam. Carl for 1121 says, okay nice, D. Carl for 1121 says, War is die. Steamer to 1007 says, Ig. Steamer to 1007 says, Ig gaz okay. Carl for 1121 says, Oklahoma. Carl for 1121 says, die I stem that Nederlandse woorden is so wrong. Steamer to 1007 says, ja? Steamer to 1007 says, Woon Ji Jin's wall. Carl for 1121 says, Nieuwe leven Nijed in Nederland nu. Carl for 1121 says, Spanj. Steamer to 1007 says, oh. Steamer to 1007 says, cool. Carl for 1121 says, Ja Marek Bendis wel Nederlands law, it was daar eerst. Carl for 1121 says, Verhu is ongeveer in Mond of Meer Geleden. Carl for 1121 says, Tiefstens die zomer vakantie. Carl for 1121 says, Ik woon trouwens niet in Zwol. Carl for 1121 says, ik was ditch bitch Venlo, ik weet niet of G weet wat dat is. Carl for 1121 says, in een dorpje dat heet Bergen. Steamer to 1007 says, ik ken dat. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? Carl for 1121 says, nice long. Carl for 1121 says, Hus nummer 9 Lindelandstraat. Carl for 1121 says, Maar nudis 9 meer. Carl for 1121 says, Marik ga nudisja. Carl for 1121 says, Doe doe. Steamer to 1007 says, Steamer to 1007 says, Doe. Carl for 1121 says, Godenopti. Carl for 1121 says, Doe. Steamer to 1007 says, Zelft. Steamer to 1007 says, Doei. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Braddock says, look. Braddock says, look. Trivia question. Does the sniffing table upgrade gear? Welcome back Kryak_. Glad you could join us again. Slug 125,727 says, hello. Slug 125,727 says, Moklu. Slug 125,727 says, Jiki. Slug 125,727 says, no. Slug 125,727 says, I had bad luck. Slug 125,727 says, Nagel Tashkilati, Imali Zayombi.
Wow.
Slug 125,727 says, Eya W Skurzanes Broy. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? Slug 125,727 says, Krya, can you write? Surprise. Black Spot Alert. Aim for greatness. Subscribe and like. Trivia question. What is the primary use of a grindstone in the game? Jackery says, no. trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? Jackery says, tie hoops. Welcome back SB999. Glad you could join us again. Jackery says, hi Sonny. Slog 125,727 says, hi. Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Slog 125,727 says, no I'm new to the server. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a redstone lamp? Jackery says, yeah? Trivia question. What's required to make a potion of night vision? Black Spot Alert. Aim for greatness. Subscribe and like. Trivia question. How do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? Jackery says, I might try soon. Jackery says, thank you. Trivia question. Which tool is used to gather wool from sheep? Black Spot Alert. Subscribe and like for more. Trivia question. What's the main use of a stonecutter in the game? Jackery says, WB. Jedi Sith 121 says, tie. Trivia question. What's the rarest powerful ore? Jackery says, I want to soon. Jedi Sith 121 says, tie. Jackery says, you. Jackery says, WB Brad. Jedi Sith 121 says, WB. Braddock says, tie. Braddock says, tie. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Jackery says, tie. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Blackspot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? Trivia question. How do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? Black Spot Alert. Subscribe and like if you're enjoying. Trivia question. Which hostile mob drops phantom membranes? Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Jackery says, WB. Welcome gonna be 4. Like and subscribe. Jedi Sith 121 says, tie. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Trivia question. What's the primary use of a loom in Minecraft? Welcome back, Age for 3. Glad you could join us again. Jackery says, "Hey Age." Jedi Sith 121 says, "Hi." Welcome back, Hurricane Trillia. Glad you could join us again. Jedi Sith 121 says, "Hi." Jackery says, "Hi." Trivia question. What type of potion does a blaze drop when defeated? Jedi Sith 121 says, WSB. Potato 3168 says, tie. Blackspot alert! Be part of our family. Subscribe and like. Trivia question. How do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? Potato 3168 says, WB. Jedi Sith 121 says, WB. Trill on Yo Sheet says, tie. Trill on Yo Sheet says, UH. Trill on Yo Sheet says, IDIC. Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? Jackery says, tie. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a redstone lamp?